The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Dr. Christopher C. Carter, Sr., New Hope Baptist Church, Hampton, Virginia.
Let us bow at this time. As the Senate convenes, we pray that the peace and the guidance of Almighty God would be in their midst. We pray that the laws and the strategies would be implemented that would bring about equitable solutions and compromises for all. We embrace a spirit of unity as we seek to promote harmonious relationships in our government, marketplaces, and communities. May all of our borders and lands be secure, and may the military and the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia be protected and experience safety. We collectively embrace every opportunity to collaborate and build a brighter future for everyone, especially for our youth and generations to come, based on the foundations of our forefathers and unfailing faith that they possess. Hear our prayers, and may the goodness of Almighty God, our Creator and Sustainer, be present. Amen. Amen.
Please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Madam Clerk Susan Clark Shar, Clerk of the Senate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk will report an announcement.
The senators-elect have been certified by the Department of Elections.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present will record their vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The senators-elect, and that means all 40 of you, will please rise. If you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the Senate of Virginia, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations.
The senators will please sign the oath and copy on their desk, and the staff will collect them and deliver them to the clerk for referral to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Senator. Thank you.
I would move to grant the privileges of the floor to the distinguished persons.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the privileges of the floor be granted to distinguished persons? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The privileges of the floor are granted. This time we'd like to take a moment to recognize and welcome all of the individuals who came to support the senators, the staff, and their team. We'd like to thank the family who are here on the floor of the Senate. Congratulate you for your support of these wonderful public servants, and we're grateful to you for lending them and their talents here to the Commonwealth of Virginia. We'd also like to thank everyone here in the gallery for your leadership, for your participation, for your support of our work here in the Senate of Virginia. We're grateful to every single one of you. And so thank you. And with that, maybe the senators, we can all give them a round of applause. And thank your families and supporters. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with great pleasure and great honor today that I introduce one of our newest members of the State Senate, Senator John Bell. Senator Bell is a retired member of the United States Air Force. He served almost 26 years before retiring as a major in 2007. And during his Air Force career, John served as the finance officer all over the world, including tours in support of operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he managed a $1.4 billion budget in his last assignment. After completing his bachelor's degree in business administration and graduating summa cum laude, while serving full-time in the Air Force from Regis University, he was selected for officer training school. John was also a distinguished graduate of the Squadron Officers School and was named the U.S. Air Force's 2006 Outstanding Contributor to Financial Management and Comptrollership. John was elected to the House of Delegates in 2015, and he served 2 terms representing the 87th District. He lives with his wife, Margaret, in South Riding. They have 5 children and 4 grandchildren. But what's really important to know about John is he is a very thoughtful and a very fair-minded leader. He is solutions-oriented. He will bring compassion, a keen intellect, and collegiality to our body. I am sure we will all enjoy working with John, and he will make positive impacts on his district and throughout the Commonwealth. Please join me in welcoming our newest Senator, John Bell.
Welcome to the Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell. We are really wonderful to have you here and honored to have you, someone with such integrity, to join us here in the Senate. And we thank you and look forward to your tremendous service here in the Senate. Thank you. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, it is my pleasure to introduce the junior senator from Chesterfield representing the 10th District, Dr. Ghazala Hashmi, an experienced educator and advocate who spent nearly 30 years working in Virginia's community college system, most recently as the founding director of the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning at Reynolds Community College here in Richmond. Ghazala immigrated to the United States from India 50 years ago, and as an immigrant living in a small town in the South, she saw firsthand how community building and fostering dialogue can bridge the cultural and socioeconomic divisions that we face today. She earned her PhD in English from Emory University, and she and her husband, Azar, sitting behind me, moved to the Richmond area in 1991 as newlyweds. Their two daughters, also with us today, Yasmin and Noor, were born and raised in Midlothian and educated in Chesterfield County Public Schools. Ghazala is guided by the principles of integrity, social justice, and ethics in government in her approach to public service. She is the first Asian Muslim American to serve in the Virginia Senate and the first Muslim woman to serve in the General Assembly. Over the past year, I got to hear her speak, and it made me cry every time as she talked about how through her love of literature, through the words of Longfellow and John Langston, and now she, rings true that they all speak the voice of America. And it is a pleasure to work with her as she adds her voice to us here in the Senate.
We welcome the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank your family for supporting you and for lending your talents here to the Commonwealth of Virginia and to the Senate. We look forward to a wonderful session and to great years of service from you. So thank you very much. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, it is my distinct privilege and honor to rise today to introduce the new senator, junior senator from Virginia Beach, Jen Kiggins. Many of you have commented that Senator Kiggins is somebody who was right out of central casting for a campaign and for service in the General Assembly from Virginia Beach, and indeed she is. Jen Kiggins served for 10 years in the Navy as a helicopter pilot, completing 2 deployments in the Persian Gulf. After the Navy, Jen Kiggins went back to school. She became a nurse practitioner, and she specializes in her practice in geriatric primary care. Senator Kiggins is joined here today by her family, who contribute to the central casting aspect of her profile. She's joined by her husband, Steve Kiggins, who is a retired F-18 fighter pilot with 20 years in the Navy, and her 4 children, the oldest of whom is a midshipman 4th class at the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis. Senator Wagner would have been quite proud at that. She's also accompanied by her 3 high school children, Josh, Abby, and Kate. And my understanding is that in the gallery, she is also accompanied by her parents from Claremont, Florida, Bill and Kathy Moore, front and center. And also, I would be remiss if I did not point out the historic dimensions of Senator Kiggins' election. She is the first female veteran ever elected to the Senate or the General Assembly of Virginia. So with that, Mr. President, I would ask you to extend the warm welcome and the body to welcome Senator Jen Kiggins to the body.
Thank you for those kind and eloquent words. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, Senator Kiggins, we are honored to have you here as a member of the Senate. Grateful for your service and for your family's service to the country and to the Commonwealth of Virginia, and look forward to your tremendous service here as a senator. So we thank your family, including your parents who are joining us here. I know you're very proud of her, and we all are as well. So thank you, Senator Kiggins, and look forward to working with you. The senator from... Yes, and you're the junior senator from Virginia Beach. Okay, no longer Senator D. Steph. You're the senior. You got that? All right, very good. It's a good upgrade. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
It is my pleasure to introduce Senator Joe Morrissey, who is the junior senator from Richmond City. He is a native of Fairfax County. He is a husband, father, and former member of the House of Delegates, where he served for 8 years. He taught law school in both Europe and Australia. His first campaign that he ever worked was in college when he campaigned, and please don't fault him for this, door-to-door for Dick Saslaw. And if he has another character flaw, he calls Senator Stanley a friend. And he is the host of a morning radio show, The Fighting Joe Morrissey Show. He was a high school state wrestling champ where he was 110 pounds at the time. Joining Senator Morrissey here today on the floor are his family members, Jane Knack, her husband Glenn, and his daughters Lindsay Mackey and Angela Schaefer. Please extend a warm welcome to the Senate, Senator Joe Morrissey, representing the 16th District.
We welcome the junior senator from Richmond City, who is no stranger here to the Capitol or to public service. Senator Morrissey, thank you for your tremendous leadership, and we look forward to all that you're going to do to help lift up all 8.5 million Virginians. And also want to welcome your beautiful family. I know they've been tremendously supportive of you, and I know how proud you are of them. You always talk about them, and so we want to greet them and thank them as well. But we look forward to your tremendous service here in the Senate. Thank you, Senator. Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to introduce Senator Todd Pillion, the newest member of the Senate from Southwest Virginia. Senator Pillion was raised on his family farm in Lee County, and that is where Virginia begins, not ends. Senator Pillion is a pediatric dentist, so I need to warn all of us that if any of us begin to cry like children, Senator Pillion may assume that you have a toothache and act accordingly. Okay. Senator Pillion received his undergraduate degree from Lincoln Memorial University in 1996. In 2001, he received his Doctor of Dental Surgery from Virginia Commonwealth University here in Richmond. After moving to New York, he received his specialty training in pediatric dentistry from the State University of New York at Buffalo, New York. Todd is married to the lovely Amanda Pillion, and who is seated behind me, and they have 4 children, Virginia, Teddy, Henry, and George. You'll recognize Virginia and Teddy as they both served as Senate pages here in this very chamber. Senator Pillion is a veteran, having served in the war with Iraq, and he retired from the Virginia National Guard with the rank of major and the honor of having served as the state dental officer. Senator Pillion was a member of the House of Delegates from 2014 to 2020. He represents the 40th Senate District, which is a rather large district like the 38th District. And it's comprised of Lee County, Scott County, Washington County, the city of Bristol, and parts of the counties of Smith, Wythe, Wise, and Grayson. Thank you.
Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion, we welcome you here to your service in the chamber. We thank you for your service over the years, both to our nation and to our Commonwealth. And my wife is also a VCU-trained dentist as well, so appreciate your service in that capacity. I want to welcome your family and thank you all so much for your support of the new senator and allowing him to give his talents here to all 8.5 million Virginians. So we're grateful to you and look forward to 4 great years with you. And at this time, we'd like to welcome all the new senators. Can we give them all a round of applause? Let's call the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I ask that we give a warm welcome to the Senate to the individual who gave us the invocation today, the Reverend Dr. Christopher C. Carter, Sr., who is the pastor of the New Hope Baptist Church in Hampton. He is accompanied in the gallery today by Bishop Samuel Cutler.
If Pastor Carter and Bishop Cutler would please rise in the gallery if you're able. Pastor Carter, thank you so much for joining us here today, for opening up this Senate session with such a beautiful prayer, and thank you for your ministry here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I was proud to be at your 25th pastoral anniversary celebration, and you have done so much work in Hampton Roads, but all throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we appreciate you and your family and all the service that you give to so many people here in the Commonwealth. And Bishop, thank you for your tremendous leadership over many years. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our 2 distinguished guests. The Senate will now be at ease as our guests leave the floor. The Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, at this point in time, I'd like to ask for a 30-minute recess.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess for 30 minutes. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the majority leader making that motion. If the Republican crowd would please retire to the prayer meeting room so we may review the rules, that would be welcomed.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand at recess for 30 minutes. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. How's that? Very good. The Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, it's my privilege to nominate for. Darn if I'm not. We're now at morning hour still?
We are for Senator Howe.
Okay. All right. I'd like to call, Mr. President, members of the Senate, call your attention in the gallery to the family of seatmate Senator Howe. Her husband, Hunt, is here today, along with their oldest son, Eric, and his wife, Anya, and their son, which is Mr. Senator and Mr. Howe's, their grandson, Eon. And I would ask that you extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate of Virginia.
I thank the Senator. Would the family of Senator Janet Howe please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today on this opening day of session. Thank you for lending Senator Howe to the Commonwealth of Virginia. She's been an extraordinary leader over many, many years, and we are grateful to your family for sacrificing time with her. I know she is very proud not only of her children and her husband, but her wonderful grandson who is here today. So thank you for joining us, and we look forward to you all being here many more times. We love Janet Howe. I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the family of Senator Janet Howe. Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate, and those in the gallery. I have the great honor and privilege of introducing a family of one of my very close friends, of whom I've known for over 30 years. Knowing Joe Morrissey for over 30 years it is fraught with peril and comes with many things that you must endure throughout a friendship. But it is a friendship that I have treasured and cannot tell you how happy I am to sit here with my friend. He said one day we'd always work together. I just didn't think it'd be this. But ladies and gentlemen, in the gallery today we have Joe's family. And before I even introduce him, I just remembered something. When I met Joe 30 years ago, I was working for a lawyer. I wasn't even a lawyer. He was a prosecutor in the city of Richmond. And that day we had to meet the prosecutors in the city of Richmond, which was Joe Morrissey, and then go meet with the prosecutor in Henrico County, which was former Governor Jim Gilmore. And I immediately knew when I met those two gentlemen that Joe Morrissey was a lot more fun. So I just want to make sure that was clear. But Mr. President, in the gallery today, we have his beautiful wife, Myrna, and their children, Kennedy, who is 7, Chase, who is 4, Bella, who is 3, and who's surprised that he named his son Maverick, who is 2. Mr. President, I want to assure Madam Clerk that I know that Joe knows that you run a tight ship in all matters pertaining to the Senate. But if you ever hear in the 6th floor of the Pocahontas building a great disruption and that there is chaos and confusion there on the 6th floor, I can almost guarantee you, 1, that it's not me this time, and 2, that either Chase, Bella, or Maverick will be in the middle of it. And I have no doubt, Madam Clerk, that they will visit your version of the Supreme Court. So if you would, Mr. President, please extend to them the warmest welcome of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Would the family of Senator Joe Morrissey please rise in the gallery if you're able? Or hide behind the pew if you'd like. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for sharing Senator Morrissey with the Commonwealth of Virginia and for the service you've allowed him to do over many years. I know that Senator Morrissey raves about his family all the time, and he's so proud of every single one of you. And so we're grateful. We echo the eloquent words of the Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley, and look forward to seeing you many, many times here at the Capitol. I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the wonderful family of Senator Joe Morrissey. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Joining us today, we have the husband of my seatmate, the junior Jennifer, Glenn Boysko, and if we could give him a warm welcome, she would greatly appreciate it.
I thank the senator. Would Glenn Boysko please rise in the gallery if you are able? Glenn, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here today in support of Senator Boysko, and thank you for all your family does to serve the Commonwealth of Virginia over many years. I didn't know she was called the Junior Jennifer, but I think we all learned that here today. But she's done tremendous work, and your family has allowed her to do that. So I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Glenn Boysko. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Senate, on behalf of my esteemed colleague, Senator Lionel Spruill, who represents Norfolk and Chesapeake, he has yielded his time to me to make an introduction, and I really appreciate that. As you all know, Senator Spruill and I both matriculated at Norfolk State University. I received both my graduate and undergraduate degree there. And in the gallery today is Dr. Juwan Adams Gaston. She's the 7th president of Norfolk State University. She began her tenure on June 24, 2019. A higher education professional and scholar with more than 30 years of experience at nationally known research universities, Dr. Adams Gaston previously served as Senior Vice President for Student Life at The Ohio State University. In that capacity, she had oversight of more than 40 operations, affecting over 68,000 students' learning and development outside of the classroom. She previously held administrative positions at the University of Maryland College Park, the Johns Hopkins University, and Iowa State. President Adams Gaston is the recipient of numerous higher education awards. She's a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and was trained as a psychologist with 25 years in private practice. She earned a bachelor's degree at the University of Dublin and a PhD degree in psychology at Iowa State University. A native of Washington, D.C., President Adams Gaston is married to Demetrius Gaston, MCRP, a city planner and management analyst. They have 3 outstanding adult children, and I would like for you, Mr. President, to extend to her the very warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would Dr. Adams Gaston please rise in the gallery if you're able? Madam President, thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your leadership of an extraordinary university, Norfolk State University, and for all of your service in higher education around the country. But we are privileged to have you here now leading us in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was a wonderful pleasure to be with you during homecoming. You are showing the world how it's done, and so we're grateful to you. I see you're with Jackie Stone, who is a favorite of all of us here in the Senate and the Capitol, and B.K. Fulton. Jackie's the better half of B.K. Fulton, was a commencement speaker at Norfolk State and did a wonderful job. So keep rising, keep shining, and we are grateful to you for your tremendous leadership. Dr. J, as you're affectionately known by so many people, we're grateful to you. I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to the President of Norfolk State University, Dr. Adams Gaston. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Seeing none, I call on the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to call up Senate Resolution 6, Rules of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Being procedural, the resolution will be taken up for immediate consideration. Clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 6, establishing the rules of the Senate.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Resolution 6, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Happy New Year, Mr. President.
Happy New Year,
and
sir.
I realize that you want to move through the year with dispatch, but if we could slow down just a moment. If either the gentle lady from Hampton or the senator from Eastern Fairfax County would yield for a couple of questions on the rules, I would appreciate it. And I will say these are not adversarial or critical questions, just looking for some points of clarification.
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield?
Sure, I'll yield.
Okay?
Senator yields.
You okay with him?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman, as I looked over the proposed rules under Rule 18, which articulates the various standing committees, that the only substantive change that caught my attention were the elimination of the number of senators who would serve on each of those committees. Is that reasonably accurate?
Senator has the floor.
It's reasonably accurate. There was a couple other word changes, for example, in Rule 18.
Okay.
C,
Mr. President, I'm only concerned about the numbers. Okay. My question, next question, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I'll yield.
Senator's the floor.
My next question, Mr. President, if he will yield, is because there is no recitation of the number of senators serving on each committee, does that suggest that any time during the legislative session that additional members could be added beyond those who might initially appear on a committee report?
Senator has the floor.
I would say, the gentleman, that's my understanding that additional senators could be added or removed pursuant to the resolution we're going to adopt subsequent to this that's going to name the members of the committee.
Mr. President, I apologize. In my advanced stage, perhaps my hearing is impaired. What I would ask, Mr. President, if he would yield again.
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
If initially 15 senators were named on one of the committees, the way this rule is written, during the course of the legislative process, could it then be increased from 15 to 16 to 17 to 18?
Senator has the floor.
I would say to the gentleman that it could be increased to that, or it could be reduced to 14, 13, or 12.
Further question?
Mr. President, just so I understand, so is the gentleman, if he would yield again, suggesting
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
that it could be increased and decreased?
Senator has the floor.
I would say to the gentleman that's possible. I think it's unlikely.
Further question?
Mr. President, I would parenthetically suggest to the gentleman who I have enormous respect for as an attorney, he may be a slick lawyer from Northern Virginia, and I may be just a country boy, but I don't deal in unlikely or likelies. I'd just like to know what the parameters are. So just so I'm abundantly clear, the way that the rules are interpreted according to the authors is that during the course of a session or during the course of a 4-year tenure, these committees could be increased or decreased.
Senator has the floor.
That's my interpretation of the rule, and I'll yield.
Further question?
Mr. President, I would just comment on this particular inquiry on this rule, that it certainly suggests that there might be some latitude if a majority of that committee did not like the way a particular vote came out, and that a restructuring of a committee could bring about a different result. I would never suggest something that nefarious would happen, but it appears based upon your answers that that's certainly a flexibility. Is that not true?
Senator has the floor.
I can't remember if I yielded, but I will yield. But that's my impression as to how it was. I could tell the gentleman there wasn't a lot of discussion about this change, and we're talking amongst us about where it came from, but none of us thought it was particularly all that substantive. I can tell the gentleman that.
Further
Mr.
question?
President, if you would yield for another question.
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, my question would be, I appreciate your candor, and based upon your explanation, do I have a reasonable assurance from you as an individual senator that you would not support increasing or decreasing the membership of a particular committee to impact the outcome of a particular vote that maybe the committee initially didn't embrace?
Senator has the floor.
Well, first of all, I can't speak. I can only speak on behalf of myself and not the entire caucus. And I also don't have a crystal ball and can't predict what the future holds for anything. And I'm not going to sit there and personally commit to scenarios that I can't even begin to imagine. But I can tell the gentleman that with regard to this change, there was no intent or discussion along the lines of what the gentleman's worried about with regard to this particular edit.
Mr. President, I appreciate the candor of the response, but I realize that the senator from Southern Fairfax has never lost a case professionally. I apologize, but I have lost one or two, and I cannot tell you how brilliant I have been the morning after an adverse decision, and I have realized that I would have done things just a little bit differently based upon that shortcoming. If I could direct your attention over to page 30 of the proposed rules under rule number 36, if I could, sir. Mr. President, if the gentleman would yield, my question...
I'll yield.
Senator yield. Senator yield.
My question is this: on line 787, language has been stricken, and we're talking about the election of judges on the floor of the Senate. And a number of years ago, an amendment was made to this rule number 36. Prior to the amendment being made on Rule 36, that if a senator remained in her or his seat during a judicial election, he or she had to vote. But if they did not want to vote on that particular judge for whatever reason, including they did not want to cast a negative vote, they had to leave the floor of the Senate. I would further say, Mr. President, that the rule was amended to try to minimize the conspicuousness of a number of senators who might choose to get up and leave the floor on the vote of a judge, and that they could just remain in their seat as being the sole exception of when you're in your seat as a senator, you must vote. My question, Mr. President, was there a meaningful internal discussion on that, and was it taken into consideration which would be less optically offensive?
Senator has the floor.
What I would say to the gentleman is that there was a little bit of discussion about this provision, but not a lot. It's my impression that in a judicial election, if you're in favor of the judge, you're to vote in favor of the judge. If you don't like a judge, the courteous thing to do is to walk off and not vote. If you really, 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 really don't like and really hate a judge, you vote red. And most people just don't vote. And it's my impression amongst, in the 4 years I've been here, that there are many people who don't vote for judges while sitting in their seat, and that, at least in the 4 years I was here, the majority leader usually liked to call people out when they did that, or remind people of our obligation to vote while we're in our seat, but that was never raised during the judicial elections. And so we were simply conforming the rule with what we perceived to be the reality of how we were practicing in the chamber.
Thank the gentleman, Mr. President. I just would say, I think if I took umbrage, and it's not a vociferous objection, but I would ask that perhaps some reflection be given on that. But I respect the authority of the majority to write the rules the way they want, but I just, the optics of a number of senators getting up and walking off the floor, just from my perspective, is a little more offensive than just sitting there and remaining silent. But that's my persuasion, sir. I appreciate the gentleman's responses.
Thank the senator. Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
I stand today to oppose a section of the rules here on page 18.
Senator has the floor.
I'd like to refer everyone to lines 474 through 478. It says, should any senator during his term of office cease to be a member of the political party of which he was a member at the time of his election, or the caucus of such party, that's the newly added language, either by self-declaration or through other conduct as confirmed by 2/3 majority of the members elected to the Senate, he shall be deemed thereby to have forfeited all committee memberships to which he may have been elected. Mr. President, I would object to this language or any reference to caucus of such party for the reason that the people elected us to regarding a particular political party, but not a caucus. And I think it's important that we stick to the original language where we're talking about a party, because people can choose to remain a member of a party but not a caucus based on principal reasons. And I think a lot of the folks who vote for us back home, they don't understand the pay-to-play system that's here in Virginia, where these caucuses will actually assess caucus fees, keeping in mind that the base salary of an average state senator is $18,000, and charge us $10,000 plus a year, and some legislators can't afford that. So I think it's very short-sighted. I think we need to prohibit as much as we can this involuntary system where you're automatically assigned to a caucus. It should be, number one, voluntary. It should also not include caucus dues, which is basically setting up a pay-to-play system in the situation where we're now, where let's say you're making $18,000 a year, you're assessed $10,000 a year in a caucus fee for your caucus. You know, you do the math. It's only the lobbyists who are the largest donors who can actually pay these caucus dues, making the legislators beholden and obligated to the lobbyists instead of the people that they're supposed to be representing. And the people have no idea this is happening. We need to do everything we can, Mr. President, to eliminate this pay-to-play system that's been in place for decades. We need to eliminate, get the people, the power back to the people, the voice back to the people, make the legislators so that they are not beholden to the lobbyists through this current pay-to-play system. I would recommend that we eliminate any language that has to do with caucus and have it mandatorily being associated with a caucus. And I would also say, secondly, Mr. President, we're just assuming that we have a two-party system. What if there's an independent that runs? What if there's a Libertarian Party candidate that runs and wins? I mean, this is very short-sighted language, in my opinion, Mr. President, and therefore I would ask humbly that we strike any reference to caucus and requiring to be a part of a caucus to get committee assignments. We represent the people. We don't represent a caucus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying to see if I can get my question answered without going through a formal process, so I'll reserve.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I hope we would get through a day with some conviviality and fellowship, but I rise to respond into some comments that were erroneous and mischaracterized that I think reflect poorly on the Senate and the General Assembly as an institution. I would say I start with the respect of having been, along with my good friend, Senator Saslaw, we have been the majority leader and the minority leaders more than any two senators in the history of Virginia. And we have been through transitions before, and generally we've done it with collegiality after a spark or two, but we settle down quickly and try to get about the business of the Commonwealth. I respect the prerogative of the majority to write the rules the way that they want, and we rule in the Senate of Virginia by the rule of 21. And I respect that institutionally. What I would suggest to you is that while those of us on this side of the aisle had absolutely no input whatsoever in writing these rules, that my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle have the votes to adopt whatever rules they may. Any senator has the prerogative and the discretion to vote against the rules, just like they may vote against any piece of legislation that comes along. What I take umbrage is I would truly be prayerfully hopeful that someone that has served in the Senate of Virginia for 4 years would know better than to make the disingenuous comments in public, in front of the media, in front of our guests, that we are a pay-to-play institution. I find that, Mr. President, egregious. To further suggest that by the system we have makes anybody, quote, beholding to the institutional community is personally offensive to me. That is not the case. I remember years ago, lighten it up just a little bit, the gentleman that I surprisingly defeated to find my way in the Senate, the ever colorful Senator Bill Fears said, and I'm going to clean it up, by the way, guys, for those of you who've been around, that if you can't take a lobbyist's money, if you can't drink their whiskey, and you can't eat their food and then turn around and vote against them, you don't belong here. Now, he had a little different version of it, but that's the one we're going to share today. But I just say there are probably many things that are going to happen during this session that each of us will be annoyed, if not dissatisfied with. These rules have nothing to do with the internal operations of the Democratic Senate caucus or the Republican Senate caucus and what those caucuses determined to do internally on anything, procedure, dues, anything, is an internal decision that is made independent of the Senate of Virginia and has never, ever been even referenced in the rules of the Senate of Virginia. So I think it's very important to try to stay accurate, to stay on point. And, Mr. President, I take extreme umbrage at the suggestion that we're in a pay-for-play situation.
For purposes, Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the Senator from Eastern Fairfax County a question.
Will Senator yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually still referencing page 18, lines 474 through 478. Is your interpretation of this section that you have to be a member of a caucus or a party in order to get committee memberships, to be on a committee?
Senator has the floor.
I would say the gentlewoman, no.
Further question?
And just to clarify, if I could, Mr. President.
Senator, yield for another question.
I'll yield.
So what you're saying is that any member who is elected to the state Senate and chooses not to be a part of a political party or a political caucus will still get committee assignments. Is that correct?
Senator has the floor.
It's not quite that simple, I would say, gentlemen. First of all, it has to be if you change the membership of your party that you were elected to. So the way the rule reads is if you cease to be a member of the political party of which you were a member at the time of your election. And then it has the caucus language. So it's not quite that simple.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one follow-up question, and then I'll be done with that.
Follow-up?
So I just want...
Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I just want to make sure that we're perfectly clear on what we're voting on here. The language here says, or that we have to be a member of the caucus of the party, of such party, and goes on further on line 478 says, he shall be deemed thereby to have forfeited all committee memberships to which they've been elected. So if a state senator has 4 committee assignments, they're continuing to be a part of a party, but they choose not to be a part of a caucus. This, according to what I'm reading, would say that you're going to forfeit all your committee memberships.
Senator, the floor.
I would say the gentleman, Mr. President, that definitely would put them at risk. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay. And I apologize, but I'm going to ask one final question.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Is
you have the
your, respectfully, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, has it been your experience that there is a fee or a caucus due that is assessed or charged to the member for being a part of that caucus?
Senator, the floor.
Well, what I would say to the gentlewoman is that I don't know what her caucus does or the Republican majority caucus does. I can say in our caucus, it's been my experience that everybody has to pay caucus dues. We have staff and common expenses to pay, but they don't come out of our personal pockets. They're typically funded by our campaign accounts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no
Senator.
further question.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Resolution 6? Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, could we maybe be at ease for a few moments while we finish our conversation?
Without objection, the Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I'd make a motion that we waive reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment to SR 6 be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move the amendment and speaking to that motion.
And Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the amendment you have in front of you simply reinstates the numbers, the total number on each committee. It says each committee, including rules, has 15. Committee on Finance and Probes has 16, which is consistent with what our intent is in terms of the number of members we intend to put on the committees. I would ask that the body approve the motion or the amendment.
For what purpose does Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, I rise briefly to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
I encourage the body to support the motion, and I thank the lady from Hampton and the gentleman for the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Senator, want to engross in advance?
Thank you, Mr. President. What am I doing?
Engross in advance.
Senate rules, Senate resolution number 6 being engrossed in advance to final reading.
And the question is, shall the measure be engrossed in advance? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Measure is engrossed and advanced. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the resolution be agreed to.
Senator, want to speak to the motion?
Mr. President, this will be the adoption of the rules for the Senate for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Resolution 6? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Resolution 6 be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The resolution is agreed to. The next order of business is the election of officers of the Senate. The first is the election of the President pro tempore of the Senate for a term of 4 years. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Members of the Senate, it's my privilege to nominate as President pro tem of the Senate, Senator Louise Lucas from Portsmouth. For President pro tem.
Pro tempore.
Right.
Thank the senator. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of seconding nomination.
Thanks,
Mr. President. Speaking of that motion briefly, Mr. President, I know that most of you know that Senator Lucas and I have been friends for 28 years. We have been together on legislation to the right and to the left, to the consternation of both. When I heard that the majority now had determined to nominate Senator Lucas, my heart leaped and I was very pleased and asked if I could have the opportunity to second the nomination. Mr. President, the Senate of Virginia will get a new face, and it's a beautiful face, an improvement on the old face, and we're looking forward to having Senator Lucas there. Most of you know that I love Senator Lucas, and most of the rumors are not true, and my wife does know about her. And Kim loves you too. It's safe to say that through the years, Senator Lucas has, I think, represented some of the three strong values that we need in this body, and this body needs as its leader. One is kind of the personal integrity. The other is the professional capability, and then the Senate leadership. Mr. President, when it comes to personal, we all know her. Professionally, Mr. President, as the senior senator from Fairfax, and I know that she is well educated, coming from Norfolk State. Leadership in the Senate has been unquestionable. She is a strong leader, and some of you still may have a couple bruises left over to show some of that, and others may not. Senator Lucas is happy, and it speaks greatly of her that she is a happy leader. She's business-minded, being the CEO of Lucas Lodge. Mr. President, more importantly, she's got her priorities right when it comes to what I think is the most important thing, and that is her family and her faith. In my little church, when we get together, we kind of boil everything down to love God and love people. And I think that Senator Lucas loves God and loves people. Mr. President, when it comes to Senate leadership, the third item, I think it's fitting that this legislature pick an African American for the first time to be the Senate pro tem leader. She will make history, I'm sure, in many ways, but certainly in that. Mr. President, the Senate pro tem position is much more than, Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn. As some of you know, there's a lot that goes into it, including the appointment of boards and commissions, national leadership, standing in for Mr. President on the rare occasion that he comes off the dais, but also being the face of the Senate of Virginia. Mr. President, Senator Lucas will be a wonderful face for Virginia. She will do a tremendous job personally, professionally, and as far as Senate leadership goes. Mr. President, it's my pleasure to second the nomination of my friend L. Louise Lucas to be Senate pro tem.
I thank the senator, senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Speaking also to the nomination.
Senator has the floor.
I just made. A little bit of Senator Lucas's background. She's an alumnus, as you heard her, of Norfolk State University, and has led a life of not only public service but historic first. She began her career and let me back up just a little bit. She had to grow up in one of the most difficult periods of this country that occurred in this state, and that was during the period of massive resistance with the closing of schools. And she had to endure that and many other things as a result of the system that we used to have. She began her career at the Norfolk Naval Shipyard, becoming the first African-American woman ship fitter in 1971. In 1984, she became the first African-American woman elected to the Portsmouth City Council. And in 1991, she was elected to the Senate of Virginia. And her whole life has been about, going through various so-called glass ceilings. She's been really a great example for many young people of all color in this country. And quite frankly, we need more like her today, and we need it more than ever. So again, as I said before, it's a great pleasure to be able to nominate a woman of this caliber, and she will be the first African-American and first woman to serve as President pro tem of the Senate of Virginia.
I thank the senator. The senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the nominations be closed. And Mr. President,
Senator has the floor.
Not very many people know that when I was running for the Senate back in 2003, the Honorable L. Louise Lucas supported my opponent in the primary race. So when I won, I did not speak to her when I got here. So So our relationship did not start out all warm and fuzzy. So one day, she blocked me in the ladies' room. She needed a lawyer. So we had a meeting in the ladies' room where we decided to reconcile our differences. And from that point on, we've been bosom buddies, and we became seatmates following the untimely death of Senator Yvonne Miller. And just weeks before Senator Miller's death, we went to visit her. And Senator Miller said to me at that time, she said, "You're going to have to look after Senator Lucas." And Senator Lucas then said to her, "But Senator Miller, I'm 10 years older than her." And Senator Miller said, "Well, like I said." And so it's been my charge to have to keep her in line. And I know, Senator Spruill, it's been a task. But it's a wonderful occasion to close this nomination because it is a historical moment. And in this 400 years of celebration of the first landing of Africans on this continent, it's been a long time coming. And I think that it's remarkable that the person who's going to ascend to this position of President Pro Tem of the Senate is Senator L. Louise Lucas. And I'm just elated to be the person to close the nomination.
I thank the senator. With the nomination pending, for what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, I just wanted everybody to take note of what you just heard. The statistical and biographical information says Mamie and Louise, but get in their way, and it's Thelma and Louise.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the nominations are closed. As many as are in favor of L. Louise Lucas of Portsmouth for President Pro Tempore of the Senate will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. L. Louise Lucas of Portsmouth is duly elected President Pro Tempore of the Senate. I stepped down, which means you could come up if you wanted to. Thank you very much. The next order of business is the election of the clerk of the Senate to serve for a term of 4 years. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to nominate Susan Clark Shar for the office of the clerk of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Senator from Hanover.
I have something to say.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Well, Mr. President, what can one say about a person who is stellar in all ways? She has served us not as long as Saslaw's been here, but certainly for a long time in a remarkable way. And has done a tremendous job in not only keeping us in line, but anybody else, and doing it in such a way that we all understand not just the rules of the Senate, but the historical place in which we serve. So I am honored to make this nomination for you to continue to serve as the clerk of the Senate.
Thank the senator. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And speaking to the motion, Mr. President, it is my great privilege to be able to second the nomination of Susan Clark Schar. I will not add the lengthiness to her last name, but y'all know the importance that she has meant for her years of service to this body. And I think that the Senate is very different for my colleagues who have also spent their time in the House than how the House operates, in large part because of the great team that Susan has put together in her leadership. Over the years, she has been clerks for Republican-controlled legislatures, Democratic-controlled legislatures, legislatures that couldn't make up their mind which side they wanted to control and be together. And she has done an excellent job of continuing to remind us that the Senate of Virginia is the more deliberate body. The Senate of Virginia is one where, even though we have ideological differences that we will zealously articulate, we are the ones that have a greater responsibility in our role, and she has maintained that direction for us. She does a tremendous job. The senator from Hampton, I must say, the one thing I am not going to be sad about is the Friday evening calls from Madam Clerk with some issue. Even Reagan knows when the phone calls on Friday evening, and almost every Friday evening there is a phone call, so you don't get too many off, that it's Madam Clerk calling with some problem. But she has been tremendous to this body, and she makes the Senate of Virginia what it is. And we are thankful that she is willing to continue her service to the Commonwealth, but more especially to the 40 of us. And Mr. President, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention to the spouse of Madam Clerk, Bill, we are very appreciative that you are willing to continue to share her with us, because we know that that job, the one that she has done so well, is not a 40-hour-a-week job. It is a 24/7, regardless of the time or issue type of job, and she does a tremendous role in doing that. So thank you, Mr. President, for me allowing to say that, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for staying with us.
Thank the senator. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. My heart is still pounding, but Mr. President and members of the Senate, we owe a debt of gratitude to Madam Clerk for keeping us on point with customs, usages, and practices of the Virginia Senate. It is a well-known fact, as has been demonstrated by the numerous awards and recognitions that she and the members of her staff have received, that Madam Clerk is the best of the best of the best managed clerks in all of the states in the United States. Madam Clerk grew up in the western part of the district that I represent, and I am so proud to call her a constituent, a friend, and my Senate clerk. Mr. President, the clerk of the Senate, Susan Clark Schar.
I thank the senator. Would the senator like to close the nominations?
Okay, Mr. President, I'd like to close the nomination on Ms. Susan Clark Schar.
I thank the senator. Without objection, the nominations are closed. As many as are in favor of Susan Clark Schar for clerk of the Senate will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does Senator Reeves' button work? Okay. The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no zero.
Ayes 40, no zero. Susan Clark Schar is declared duly elected clerk of the Senate to serve a term of 4 years. The oath of office will be administered by the Honorable Cleo E. Powell, Justice of the Supreme Court of Virginia.
Madam Clerk, are you prepared to take the oath of office?
I am.
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Susan Clark Shar,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
all of the duties incumbent upon me
all of the duties incumbent upon me
as Clerk of the Senate of Virginia
as Clerk of the Senate of Virginia
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The next order of business is the oath of office for the Chief Deputy Clerk of the Senate, pursuant to Section 30-15.1 of the Code of Virginia. The oath of office will be administered by the Clerk of the Senate, Susan Clark Shar.
So if you will place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. I just said it and I've forgotten it already. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Chief Deputy Clerk of the Senate of Virginia,
as Chief Deputy Clerk of the Senate of Virginia,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The next order of business is the election of the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, for that position of Sergeant at Arms, I nominate Hobie Liebman.
Thank the Senator. Senator has the floor. Keep going?
No, it requires a second at this point.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to say something nice about him.
Well, he's been. I will, and he's been here. All of us know Hobie. He's been here for quite a while. At first, when I heard the term Sergeant at Arms, I thought it was essentially the same as a bouncer. But you know, having seen bouncers in my lifetime, and believe you me, I've seen more than a few of them, I realized he wasn't really a bouncer, but he's been a very effective Sergeant of Arms. You can't see it on that side of the room. The bouncer standing right next to him. But anyway, it is my pleasure to nominate him. He's done an excellent job. He's been a big help to so many of the people in this room.
I thank the Senator. The Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of second the nomination
and Senator has the floor.
For Hobie Lehman as the Sergeant at Arms, and I want to thank him for only having to escort me off the floor 6 times.
I thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the nomination be closed.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the nominations are closed. As many as are in favor of Hobie Lehman for Sergeant at Arms will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Hobie Lehman is declared duly elected Sergeant at Arms of the Senate. The next order of business is the election of pages of the Senate for the 2020 session. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I now place the nomination, the name of the pages of the Senate of Virginia, the following names.
Senators, the floor.
From the 2nd District, Layla Carol Page of Portsmouth. From the 3rd District, Lily Noel Marie Bowling of Williamsburg. From the 4th District, Taylor Madison Spruill of Mechanicsville. From the 7th District, Layla Duval Abrams of Virginia Beach. Okay. From the 13th District,
Ninth.
That was on the 9th, excuse me. Shayla DeBrana Owens of Richmond. All right. From the 13th District, Anika Elizabeth Holder of Prince William County. Okay. From the 14th District, Grace Rose Segueli of Chesapeake. And I'm sorry, Suela. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right. From the 15th District, Emma Carolyn Jones of Brunswick. From the 16th District, Karshay Chanel Wingfield of Richmond. From the 20th District, Roger Davis Leslie Adams of Pennsylvania. And from the 21st District, Franziska Catherine Borneff of Roanoke. Was I close? All right. Isabella, from the 23rd District, Isabella Emily Dunn of Forest. From the 24th District, Samuel James Widener of Marion. From the 27th District, Hannah Kessler Cosby of Fauquier.
For
I'm always a little antsy with that.
But what does Senator Vogel rise? Senator support.
All right. Isabel Cleon from the 28th District. Isabel Cleon Schweitzer of Stafford. From the 32nd District, Zachary Jacob Simon of Falls Church. From the 33rd District, Cherie Bijou Nayer from Loudon. I tried to get as close as I could. From the 35th District, Michaela Marie Bartos of Springfield. From the 37th District, Silvio Connor Anthony Troy of Midlothian. 38th District, Emmett George Breeding of Lebanon. And that's the nomination of the pages, of these pages.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I second the nominations.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move the nominations be closed, sir.
I thank the senator. Without objection, the nominations are closed. As many as are in favor of the nominees named for pages will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Those nominated are declared duly elected pages of the Senate for the 2020 session. The chair requests announcements of page appointments. The senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to announce the appointment of Caleb Theopolis Payne of Portsmouth as a page for the Senate of Virginia.
Thank the senator. Senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I wish to announce the appointment of Wendy Isabel Raimundo of Alexandria as a page of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to announce the appointment of Carter Alexander Neighbors of Richmond as a page of the Senate of Virginia.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to announce the appointment of Carly Lindsay McLean of Hampton as a page of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I was very privileged that I did not have to butcher the names like the senator from Fairfax did earlier for that. So I wish to announce the appointment of Jason Patrick Mallory of Williamsburg as a page of the Senate.
Thank the senator. The chair wishes to announce the appointment of Jayla McKenzie Underwood of Williamsburg as a page of the Senate. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. The clerk has advised me that the following pages have been appointed pursuant to the rules of the Senate. Anj Basan of Glen Allen, Yassine Jawad Badi of Midlothian, Rebecca Faith Bollock of Abingdon, Maxwell Cougar Broxus of Arlington, Ella Rose Buddington of Abingdon, Arden Ray Atari of Lynchburg, Elise Marlowe Hoagland of Yorktown, Tanya S. Inanganti of Chantilly, Taylor Berkeley Jones of Brunswick, Brody Phoenix Lehman of Chesterfield, Olivia Ann Schweitzer of Stafford, Casey Malloy Thomas of Enrico, Virginia Coleman Tribble of Warsaw, and Blayton James Williams of Virginia Beach.
And with that, we should all welcome the Senate page class of 2020. The Senate will be at ease temporarily. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration, the reading of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution 5 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration, the reading of the title be waived, and Senate Resolution 5 be taken up for immediate consideration? As many as are in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended. The readings waived, and SR 5 is taken up for immediate consideration. Clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 5, 2020 Session Operating Resolution.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, would the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Senator yield for a question? Will the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the senator my reading of this operating resolution. This is the traditional resolution that is put in place for the payment of pages, staff, and the regular per diems that we do each and every session. Is that my accurate reading?
Senator has the floor.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? As many as are in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, will advise the House of Delegates that the Senate is duly organized and ready to proceed to business. The Senate will stand at ease temporarily. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Welcome, Madam Delegate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJR 123, notifying the Governor of Organization, and requests the concurrence of the Senate.
Thank you, Madam Delegate.
Thank you.
Being procedural, the resolution will be taken up for immediate consideration. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Joint Resolution number House Joint Resolution number 123, notifying the Governor of Organization.
Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? As many as are in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I didn't hit my button fast.
No worries.
Is this traditional that they're more on the part of the House of Delegates than are on the Senate? It is traditional?
Yes, according to Madam Clerk, it is.
Mr. President, I would ask if others agree with me that it's not quite appropriate.
For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise.
Mr. President, rise to speak to the resolution.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, having been in this body and having formerly served in the other, I think that we are no less important than the members down the hall. And in fact, we are elected for longer terms, so maybe we're more important than the members down the hall. And certainly, Mr. President, we ought to be at parity when conversing with a co-equal branch of government in the executive.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Joint Resolution 123? The Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, my pen is out of ink, but with the tolerance of the body, I would respectfully ask the clerk to entertain this as an amendment that on line 7 of House Joint Resolution 123, that 5 be changed to 6.
So line 7, delete 5, insert 6.
It's actually on line 6. It's actually.
Question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to.
Senator Saslaw has to inform the House.
Okay. We only agreed to the amendment. We have to agree to the resolution.
I'm sorry.
Okay. As amended. Senior Senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move the adoption of SJR 123 as amended.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution as amended be agreed to? As many as are in favor of agreeing to the amended resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amended resolution is agreed to. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, will inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate. The Senate will be at ease upon the return. The senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Hello, Madam Delegate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has rejected the Senate amendment to H.R. 125.
Thank you, Madam Delegate.
Thank you.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
Senior Senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will insist and request a committee of conference. The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw, will inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate.
I'm behind you all the way.
Senate will be at ease upon the return of Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Let's test, on the first day we'll test them, Suzette Denslow. You know what the headline is now? It's like Democrats organized, but started to disagree on minor matters. Couldn't agree on major matters.
I thought they were changing it back. I thought we had always had the same amount. Who ended up making the motion? well, we had thought we did, so it was just more of a draft.
There's no reason why we can't
Okay.
have somebody at the clerk's desk to text us.
Yeah, we did. We amended it.
When we're leaving, so this, make calls or whatever. And basically, this again. Like
Well, you know,
he's right.
yeah.
Right. So we're going to do another thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
The clerk just sent a good text to members of the Senate saying we're ready to. Instead of,
She's going to have one at the end of the day.
I mean, it's just.
That's
not a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So, okay. Bye-bye. Drive. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Bye. No, I don't think.
Mamie, you know what? Dave, I can tell them I'm not appointing conferees to God and see tomorrow. I just tell them that.
To do what?
I was just going to tell you, go down there and tell them I'm not appointing conferees to God and see tomorrow. Governor can do his speech upstairs. You're all going to play like that.
We've done it before.
Yeah.
Y'all want to do that?
I don't have a problem with it. They want to take the responsibility of that. You know, just don't appoint conferees and just tell them goodbye.
I agree. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do.
I mean, I'm getting sick and tired of constantly giving in to that crap.
And maybe need to sit in the back under the.
My question
That's
to
what
you
I'm
is
sick and
there-
tired of.
Are there other things we need to do to move forward?
Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, for the purpose of presenting the committee nominations report.
Mr. President, I'm sending to the clerk's desk the committee nominations report on the Senate standing committees, which I'd like to be placed before the Senate.
Clerk will read the report.
2020 Senate Standing Committees: Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. Senators Peterson, Hanger, Ruff, Obenshain, Stewart, Marsden, Stanley, Lewis, Suderline, Mason, McClellan, Favola, Morrissey, Pillion, and Hashmi. Commerce and Labor: Senators Saslaw, Norman, Newman, Obenshain, Lucas, Spruill, Edwards, Barker, Marsden, Eben, Lewis, Deeds, Surville, Mason, and Bell. Education and Health: Senators Lucas, Saslaw, Howe, Newman, Locke, Barker, Peterson, Cosgrove, Lewis, Donovan, Suderline, Peake, Edwards, Chafin, and Hashmi. Finance and Appropriations: Senators Howe, Saslaw, Norman, Hanger, Lucas, Newman, Ruff, Vogel, Barker, Edwards, Deeds, Locke, Peterson, Marsden, Eben, and McClellan. General Laws and Technology: Senators Barker, Ruff, Locke, Vogel, Eben, Reeves, McPike, Donovan, Mason, Boysko, Stewart, Pillion, Bell, Hashmi, and Kiggins. Judiciary: Senators Edwards, Saslaw, Norman, Lucas, Obenshain, McDougall, Stewart, Stanley, Chafin, Deeds, Peterson, Surville, McClellan, Boysko, and Morrissey. Local Government: Senators Lewis, Hanger, Stanley, Favola, DeStuff, Donovan, Chase, McPike, Howell, Spruill, Morrissey, Pillion, Bill, Hashmi, and Kiggins. Privileges and Elections: Senators Deeds, Howell, Vogel, Reeves, Eben, Chafin, Ruff, Spruill, Peake, McDougall, Surville, Mason, McClellan, Boysko, and Bill. Rehabilitation and Social Services: Senators Favola, Hanger, Locke, McDougall, Reeves, Chafin, Cosgrove, Surville, DeStuff, McPike, Spruill, Mason, Boysko, Morrissey, and Kiggins. Transportation: Senators Marsden, Newman, Favola, Cosgrove, DeStuff, Suderline, McClellan, Peake, Boysko, Obenshain, Eben, Surville, McPike, Spruill, and Pillion. Rules: Senators Locke, Saslaw, Howe, Lucas, Edwards, Deeds, Marsden, Peterson, Barker, Favola, Lewis, Norman, McDougall, Vogel, and McPike.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that the committee nominations report be adopted.
Thank the senator. Senate will stand at ease temporarily. Or will please retire to the gallery.
We have a correction on Commerce and Labor. It's Senators Saslaw, Norman, Newman, Obenshain, Lucas, Spruill, Edwards, Deeds, Barker, Marsden, Eben, Lewis, Surville, Mason, and Bell. Was it a difference in seniority?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
All right. I would renew my motion that the committee nominations report be accepted.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have had a request if we could recess for 10 minutes just so we could look it over a little more carefully. But before we do that, I would say to the majority leader, there is a guest in the foyer.
Okay. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Madam Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has acceded to the request of the Senate for a committee of conference on HJR 123.
Thank you, Madam Delegate. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that we stand in recess until 4 o'clock, and if the Senate Republicans would immediately go down to our prayer room, that would be very nice.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 4 p.m. will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, those designated to inform the governor of organization of the Senate need to be announced to go and notify the governor.
Thank the senator. The chair appoints the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas, senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, senator from James City County, Senator Norman, senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, and the senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, as a committee on the part of the Senate, together with members of the House, to inform the governor that the General Assembly is duly organized and ready to receive any communication he may desire to make. The Senate will be at ease until the committee returns from the governor's office. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJRs 99 and 100, providing for a joint assembly and establishing schedules for the conduct of business coming before the 2020 regular session and for the pre-filing period of the 2021 regular session, and requests the concurrence of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Delegate.
Thanks.
Senate will be at ease pending the return of the committee visiting the governor. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The question for the body is, shall the committee nominations report be adopted? Do any senators wish to be heard? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I respectfully rise to speak on the motion, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, those of you who have known me for a number of years know that I am something of a pragmatist. And I offer that comment in the context that I appreciate and recognize the party that has the majority of votes, and with that comes the exercise of some discretion and some prerogatives. And that is never more vivid than when we get a committee-on-committee report dealing with the distribution, the representation of the standing committees. I appreciate very much the opportunity to take a few minutes and allow those of us on this side to review rather carefully not just the names, but some of the distributions that have taken place on the proposed committee-on-committee reports. And there are 2 points I would like to bring up. I think perhaps the most important point is sensitivity to geographical distribution. And by that, I mean, I think it is inappropriate to disenfranchise any geographical region of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I would say, since I've had the privilege of pretending to be the leader of those on this side of the aisle, that I have encouraged my brethren to be sensitive to that distribution. And I will give you a couple of specific examples. When my former seatmate, the Honorable William Wampler, who had been here for many years and was a senior member on the Senate Finance Committee, that we made the decision, because of geographical parity and not wanting any part of Virginia to feel disenfranchised, we put Senator Carrico on the Finance Committee. Those of you on that side of the aisle will recall when we lost our colleague, Senator Yvonne Miller, who had represented Norfolk for many years and had been on the Finance Committee, that we made the decision to immediately put Senator, who is now the mayor of Norfolk, on the Finance Committee. And we did that strictly out of a sensitivity to a geographical distribution that we felt it was inappropriate to disenfranchise. And you also may recall, 4 years ago, when Senator Stosh, who is the former chair of the Finance Committee, retired, that there was some concern about the greater Richmond metropolitan area. And we put on Senator Siobhan Donovan from that area. And it wasn't done out of partisanship. It was done strictly out of a geographical sensitivity to make sure that every part of Virginia felt that they were participating in what I will be so bodacious to say is the most important committee in the Senate of Virginia, because its ability to raise funds and its ability to appropriate money. So that is a paramount issue with me, because under the proposed composition of the Finance and Appropriations Committee, Southwest Virginia is clearly excluded. I would say to my colleague from the Eastern Shore of Virginia that he knows exactly what it is on the Eastern Shore. When I represented the Eastern Shore for 10 years, and the refrain that I heard every time I went to the Eastern Shore of Virginia was, "Do not forget us. Do not forget us." And the reason that refrain took place is because at times they do feel isolated. The senator from Eastern Shore wasn't here at the time, but when I was first elected, the Eastern Shore was not even on the state maps. And I remember I put a bill in to require that the Eastern Shore be put on the state maps. And I remember then Speaker Tom Marr said, "What the hell are you doing?" And I said, "They're part of Virginia, and they don't want to be forgotten." And I think we have been sensitive to that. I would say that we now ought to demonstrate some sensitivity to Southwest Virginia, because they say, perhaps with a different twang, do not forget us. We feel isolated out here, and with all due respect, Roanoke ain't Southwest Virginia. So the geographical distribution is a grave concern I have. The other thing, well, if we get that independent redistricting, we can put him on the Eastern Shore. The other thing is that I would remind you under Rule 20A on line 458, and it says the membership of each of the standing committees shall be composed of members of the two major political parties in the Commonwealth, and consideration shall be given to geographical balance in the membership of each standing committee. I realize that's an amorphous term and it's subject to interpretation. Second point, commerce and labor, a 12-3 distribution. I would say, and there are senators in here who will understand my comment better than others, I understand how it happened. I understand how it happened. But a 12-3 distribution seems a little disproportionate to me under any equity position whatsoever. And I just take umbrage both at the geographical distribution, the disenfranchising of part of Virginia, and the balance on the Commerce and Labor Committee. And my dear friend is pushing his button, and I know what's coming is, nanny, 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 you sort of did it to us. This is just a little more incremental movement, and I chose that word very carefully as opposed to some others that are very active in my vocabulary.
For what purposes, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise.
You know, as a result of the 2007 election, we gained control of the Senate. The Republicans had, I think your caucus was up at the time, 23 to 17, and we picked up 4 seats. When we reorganized the committee, Mr. President, we made virtually every one of those committees 8 to 7. 8 to 7. Go back and check. Okay? We thought, this is fair. Well, the 2011 elections didn't exactly go the way we thought they should go or thought they were going to go. So we lost control. The Democratic caucus lost control. Well, next thing we know, we're down 2-1 on the Senate Finance Committee. We're down 11-4 on Commerce and Labor, 9-6 on Courts of Justice. And, we just figured that this is what you all preferred. So we thought 12-3 would make you happy. Who knew? All right? Who knew? This was the logic behind.
Mr. President,
I'm not going to yield at this point.
Okay.
Senator still has the floor.
I'm somewhat surprised that anybody on the other side of the aisle would, even be alarmed at anything like this. So I just wanted to tell you, we tried to copy what you all did. So, I mean, it seems to me that if it was good for one side, it should be good for the other. And with that, I would now yield to Senator Suderline, Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know if the senator would yield, and he already said he would. So if I
Senator
may.
yields for a question. Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the senior senator from Fairfax. I was here in a different capacity in the 2008 General Assembly session, but am I not correct in thinking that the newly formed Education and Health Committee at that time was indeed 10 Democrats to 5 Republicans?
Senator, the floor.
That I don't remember. I'm not sure that it was. If it was, then I stand corrected.
I believe it was, and that was all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Senator, want to respond?
Yes, I renew my motion that the resolution be agreed to.
This is the pending motion. For what purpose is Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the pending matter.
Senator, has the floor.
And I understand what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I can appreciate and I can certainly understand that elections have consequences. And I can certainly appreciate that to the victor go the spoils. I get it, okay? But what I don't get is disenfranchising an entire region and a group of individuals, a group of people that struggle. I don't understand that so that Northern Virginia can be further empowered. That I don't understand. So when I look at the resolution, it looks like that instead of anybody who might be speaking for the voices of the people of my district or the district that Senator Pillion represents or the district that Senator Suderline represents, we all know that a lot of conversation takes place in committee. There's a lot of valuable debate. People get their opportunity to have their voices heard and their opportunity for the constituents to be heard. That goes a long way to satisfying the people. We all understand that the majority at the end of the day usually reigns and usually controls. But the issue can be misunderstood by constituencies out there who have no voice, whose voices are effectively silenced, by the packing of committees. We're talking about the Money Committee here, Finance Committee, and we're talking about Commerce and Labor. That's what we're really talking about here. And we're talking about one region of the state having no representation on those committees and another region of the state having respectively 7 and 6 members. So I can see why there's no room on those committees for even a one vote that won't go very far when the vote is cast on issues that might matter to one particular region or the other. So if this were about seniority, I would understand that too, Mr. President. I would understand it if it were about just seniority. But looking quickly at the membership, I can see it's not. I can see that is not the true issue here. What the issue is here is that there was no room for representation for one reason or for one region, but there was room enough for supermajority power for another region. And I think I think, Mr. President, that is not what our founding fathers had in mind. I don't think that's what our founding fathers had in mind about a representative democracy. I don't think that's what they had in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, I also rise to speak to the motion on the floor.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, we've just disenfranchised the largest city in the state of Virginia. There's always been a member of the Virginia Beach delegation on Commerce and Labor and Finance. And even when the majority switched, we never shut out Northern Virginia, Fairfax. We never shut out Richmond. We never shut out Southside. We just shut out the largest city in the state of Virginia. Mr. President, we're telling the largest city in the state that you don't matter. We're telling our business community there you don't matter. Mr. President, we're telling the largest tourism attraction and destination in the state you don't matter. Mr. President, we talk about gross geographical disparity here. This is gross geographical disparity. We're telling Virginia Beach you don't matter. Mr. President, as my colleague put it a minute ago, our founding fathers did not have a mind of representation this way. Virginia Beach has always had a member on Commerce and Labor and Finance, or at least when I look back almost 50 years. And when we had power, when the other side had power, there has always been members of Northern Virginia, of Richmond area, and of Southside. So, Mr. President, I'm here to say we actually matter, and we really would like to see geographical parity here. I'm not here to complain. I understand to the victors come the spoils. I truly do understand that. But I think it's wrong to disenfranchise geographical areas, whether it's the southwestern part of the state or whether it's the largest city in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
You know, I know that many of you all have different ideas of how many committees your geographical area should be sit on, but I will tell you, I am the only legislator in this room that has one committee assignment. And I want to assure my district back home in Chesterfield, Colonial Heights, and Amelia, this is going to free me up to speak on all the bills that I've wanted to speak on that my prior committees tied me up, because you're going to see me in all your committees. And I'm going to get to speak about on behalf of all the bills that when we sit on these committees, sometimes we sit on 3 and 4 committees, and it requires us to not be able to go speak on some of the bills that we would have liked to have been if we weren't sitting on a committee. So you're just freeing me up to really represent my district now. I would love to have had more committees, but you know what? Every bill that comes before a committee is always going to come before the floor. So those of you who try to disenfranchise my district, you've just actually upped my game. And you're going to be seeing more of me in lots of different committees speaking on a lot more bills. And if I don't have an opportunity to vote in a committee, I'm going to be able to vote on those bills actually on the floor of the Senate. So what was meant for evil is going to turn out to be for good. So 2025.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
So I just wanted, we've thrown around a lot of phrases here, and I will say I was not here when the decision was made about parity many years ago. I will say that I would agree with the senator from Fairfax that you were right to set up committees with parity, because committees are where the work of the Senate occurs, and it's where we debate and we have conversations and we do the messy work that results in an outcome that best serves our constituents. By not having voices on these committees, you are silencing constituents of Virginia. And, we've had a great day here. Actually, we've had a lot of fun. We've kind of gotten back in our groove of how the Senate identifies itself as an entity and a unit. But I think that we must take these moments when we have situations like this, or we have the opportunity to vote on something like this, and pause and say, what's really the right thing for Virginia? And a conversation in the committees is the right thing for Virginia and all of our constituents. I don't have a geographical stake in this, but I do have a principled stake in it, and I think we have an ethical stake in it, and I think you're disappointing our constituents on where we should be. And so you can say turnaround is fair play, but I don't think political gamesmanship is really the priority of what we should be doing here. And I think it's maybe more important, a phrase my mother used often, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I don't know who started it. I wasn't here then, but our constituents expect us to represent them in debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, I just want to speak to the resolution briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Just as a point of clarification, both my seatmate, the senator from Roanoke City, and I represent portions of the 9th Congressional District, which is Southwest Virginia, and the senator from Accomack has a precinct in the city of Virginia Beach. So those areas are not geographically, they're not left out. Nobody's left out in this plan.
Thank the senators. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to address the thinking that I had as I made suggestions for who goes on finance and appropriations. First, the population of Planning District 8, which is Northern Virginia, is 40% of the population of the state. If you look at the representation on Senate Finance, it's 40%. Secondly, I'm a big believer in seniority. So I went very strongly with seniority. I did make a couple of exceptions. One was for a geographical reason. The other was I thought the Republicans should have a woman on finance. The previous 4 years, or 8 years, no, 4 years, the committee was 11-5, 11 Republicans, 5 Democrats. I told everybody for the last several years, if I'm ever chair, it's going to be the reverse. And I'm living up to that, and I stand by it. But I will make an offer to those on the other side who feel they're being poorly treated. If you all want to switch who your members are, that's fine with me.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, right?
If no one else desires to speak, I want to.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on the pending motion? Seeing none, senator has the floor.
I would go ahead and move the motion. And, as Senator Howe pointed out, Mr. President, we're 40% of the state's population. That's roughly what we are on Commerce and Labor, Planning District 8, and 40% also on Senate Finance. With respect to the senior senator from Chesterfield, if you want, we can give you even more time to circulate committees. Let us know. But anyway, we tried to do what we thought, everybody knew was going to be done. And all of the congressional districts are represented. Maybe not the way everybody would like, but they're represented. And with that, I would move for passage of the resolution.
Senator, the question is, shall the committee nominations report be adopted? As many as are in favor of the adoption of the report will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, nays 18.
Ayes 22, nays 18. The committee nominations report is adopted. Senate will stand at ease. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we taking up 64? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules, discharge the Committee on Rules, waive the first reading, and take up Senate Joint Resolution 64 for immediate consideration.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, the first reading be waived, and the committee resolution be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended. The Committee on Rules is discharged. The first reading is waived, and the matter shall be taken up for immediate consideration.
Senate Joint Resolution number 64, providing for a joint assembly.
A senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now will move that we engross and advance the resolution to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and waive the third reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third reading is waived. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Joint Resolution 64 be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this resolution will allow us to have the joint assembly this evening. The initial resolution that was sent over from the House had some language in it beyond what we're agreeing to here that would have been problematic for us to meet this evening. So this is a little cleaner language that will allow for us to have the joint assembly.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 64? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate agrees to Senate Joint Resolution 64. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, will inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate. The Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, a message from the House.
Please receive it.
The delegate from Alexandria, Delegate Herring.
Mr. President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that the House has agreed to HJR 126, providing for a joint assembly, and requests the concurrence of the Senate.
Thank you, Madam Delegate. Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules, discharge the Committee on Rules, and waive the second reading and take up resolution for immediate consideration as HJR 126.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, the second reading be waived, and the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended. The Committee on Rules is discharged. The second reading is waived, and the resolution is taken up for immediate consideration.
House Joint Resolution number 126, providing for a joint assembly.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that we agree to the resolution.
Senator, want to speak to the resolution?
Certainly, Mr. President. This is exactly what we agreed to in Senate Joint Resolution 64.
I thank the Senator. Question is, shall House Joint Resolution 126 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. House Joint Resolution 126 is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Yeah.
The Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, will inform the House of Delegates of the action of the Senate.
Hey, Corinne.
The Senate will stand at ease. Order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The hour having arrived for the joint assembly to receive the governor, the senators will rise and proceed to the hall of the House of Delegates, accompanied by the President of the Senate and the Clerk of the Senate. Upon adjournment of the joint assembly, the senators will return to the Senate chamber. Senate will come to order. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Thursday, January 9th, 2020, the Committee on Education and Health will meet at 8:30 a.m., Senate Room A, Pocahontas. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. The Committee on Privileges and Elections will meet 30 minutes upon adjournment in Senate Room A, Pocahontas. Would you call on
Yeah.
Use your mic.
The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Mr. President, I was trying to remain the matter about the Hampton Roads Caucus tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
So noted.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. The chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
I thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.